my Asian protective headgear on because a few days ago I well, read a lot of stuff on the internet about the Philippines, but 5 days ago, uh, it was all over the news that we were going to have a cyclone, and it should have hit 2 or 3 days ago. And then not only was there no news that the cyclone wasn't going to hit, but the cyclone story just went away as if it never existed. There was no follow up story that the cyclone hit 300 miles away, or the cyclone was 1,000 miles away, or the cyclone has been canceled due to inclement weather. None of that. But they had everybody on edge for a week that we were going to get hit with a cyclone. And that never happened. And then there was no backup story, none at all. I know that I came up on the roof to put the new roof on and to weigh everything down and strap everything down on my house, but it had to be done anyway. But there was definitely going to be a cyclone, and it was not just a cyclone that was going to hit in a general area. It was going to hit Bohol and Panglao specifically. And then nothing. No rain, no wind, or hung in as it's called, nothing. And then the story went away. There was no backup story. Nothing. There was no word that the cyclone was canceled due to inclement weather. So, but I also read about 10 days ago that April 22nd, May 22nd, and May 23rd would be the hottest day of the year. And today, easily, it's hot. I wish I had, I can't find one of those guns that you buy to shoot the motors and temperature with. They just don't sell them and locally. So it's hot. It's the hottest day of the year. So what did I decide to do? I decided to do what any real man would do. Not work in the shade, not stay in the house, but go up on the roof and do some flat roofing. So let me show you where I am, and let me show you what I'm going to do before I do it. And let me show you the damage that was done from a storm like a year ago that needs to be removed. The damage was bamboo poles that were 3 inches in diameter and 20 feet long, strapped with straw or cord, and it had a sunscreen on it. Well, that all blew down. We had a typhoon about a year ago. A year and a half ago. That all just blew down and blew. And I left it up on the roof. But now I have to put a new roof on the cargo container. So I'll show you where I am. And this is going to be where I'm going to show you now. Where I'm standing, directly where I'm standing, will be the second floor balcony of the hotel that I'm going to build here in the Philippines. Actually, it would be, yeah, I'm standing precisely where the second floor balcony would be. So I'll show you what the hotel is going to look like when it's done by turning the camera around. So this hotel next door, my plans are a copy of this hotel next door. That's 4 stories. One difference is, well, 2 differences is that the floors, the height of the ceilings in the floor of my hotel, these floors are 9 feet. I lived in that apartment where the white panels are for 3 years. They have 9-foot ceilings. I'm going to go 11-foot ceilings so that I'll have 2, 4, 6, 8 feet higher up the building will be. And that will eliminate a large amount of air conditioning because the vent system I'm going to put in the hotel with the 11-foot ceilings will make it a little cooler in the rooms. And right where I'm standing now, this balcony here that you see with the white panels, that was my apartment. Now they closed off that side of the building because when the sun sets, you cannot stay out on the deck at when the sun sets in the evening. It gets that hot here that to be out on the deck at between like 3:30 till sundown, impossible. But it also kills the view. I will have a little bit of a different configuration because on the side of the building that is that side on my building, the balcony will come out towards the camera 5 more feet, and there'll be a wraparound balcony to the back of the building on 1, 2, 3 floors. And then there'll be windows on this side of the building. They could not put windows or a balcony on this side of the building because they didn't own this property that I'm on. So therefore, the building had to be what they call just a flush wall. But on my wall, on my building, there'll be a door and a window over here and a wraparound balcony. And this is precisely the view from the second floor. So what you're looking at now is a private house to the right. Now this tree here that blocks the view to the left, that's a junk tree, and they're building a resort from where that truck is. Let's say that car will be where the guardhouse is for the resort. The tree is going to disappear, and that will be a road to the beach, 26 feet wide, a road to the beach. So that tree is going to disappear, and the road, so there'll be no blockage of that tree to block the view of the ocean from any part of the balconies of my building. So that's going to disappear. And then over here to the left, they're going to build 134 rooms on this property. It would have already been started, but we had the COVID stopped the construction of this. So the land was cleared 2 years ago, and the equipment started coming in when they shut the Philippines down, and then they took the equipment off the property. So this is going to be the view from the second floor. Now I keep telling people that I still have 16 and a half years on the lease. I will sell the second floor lease for $200,000. And for that, you get the entire second floor of the building. So if I'm standing here and I hold the camera here, what you see is the second floor of this hotel. The only difference is this hotel is 64 feet long, and the width of my hotel is 43 feet 7 inches long. It's 20 feet narrower. It's 20 feet less depth. And it's also, as far as, that's 20 feet less in length, excuse me. And it's also 8 feet less in depth. So where that balcony is, my balcony will start where that orange pipe is on the wall there, that vertical orange pipe, that electrical pipe. So my building is a little bit smaller, but 8 feet higher. So here's the view. I do have an unbreakable lease for 16 and a half more years. And if someone was interested in purchasing the second floor, I could give them a guaranteed date that they could move in sometime in the year 2022, depending on when the contracts were signed and when the money was transferred. That's a fact. Anybody who tells you different, they're, they're lying through their rotten teeth. The croak mouth liars, I call them. So anybody who tells you that I don't have a legitimate lease and I won't be building a hotel is basically. I had a conversation with Scott Del Fuego the other day, and I forgot the word that he used for those people. Aside from being jealous, and aside from being the dregs of society, they're the underachievers in life. They're the people, no matter how much money they have or have coming in on a monthly basis, they are the unaccomplished people. They are the people that had to go work for somebody else that could never do it on their own. And when they see somebody like me actually doing successful things, they get jealous and they get irate because I don't let them get away with that. And if you'll notice, I've put out lots of challenges in many different types of many different venues. I put out challenges, monetary challenges that I have the plans and permits, monetary challenges that I'm going to go ahead with this project that's going to happen. And yet these people are the naysayers, and they like to make fun of little insignificant things because they themselves are underachievers. So if you see somebody. Oh, and one more thing about those underachievers. I'm going to tell you, let me turn the camera around so there can be no mistake about that, about this, what I'm going to say. I have given the underachievers that like to abuse me verbally, and mostly on the internet, only verbally and on the internet. I have given them the opportunity to meet me in person. And so far, they ignore those challenges. For whatever reason, they ignore the fact that I'm willing to meet them and let them verbally abuse me. They ignore that. Now, what they will say is, he's crazy. Well, I mean, you'd have to be a little crazy to want to build a hotel in the Philippines during this type of an environment, economic environment. You'd have to be a little crazy. Or you'd have to be a little bit crazy to be 65 years old and working out in the hot sun. But when I give them the opportunity to come and meet with me, their only verbal reply is, he's crazy. And you get this from people that call me crazy for working, doing real man work. And what are those people doing? All day long, 7 days a week, whenever they do internet stuff, it's all bullshit. There's nothing real about anything they do. If you think for 1 minute, that a guy that's dating prostitutes in Thailand is a respectable, upstanding human being, then there's something wrong with you mentally. And if you take that person's side in all of this, there's something wrong with you. Guapo, there's something wrong with you mentally. If you believe that a guy who goes out and hires women for $300 a night sometimes, or for the total cost of the night, or $200 or $300 for a few days, or $200 or $300 a week, or $60 a night. If you really believe that that is an upstanding, credible human being, then your moral compass is broke. And I'm not real sure if you people believe that it's a good thing to hire prostitutes 2 or 3 times a week, but I did go to his video. This would be the slob. And there are people on there saying Fazio is jealous that you get a different piece of meat 2 or 3 times a week. He's jealous of that. Well, I would probably concur with that if the slob had a 75-foot Formula yacht and he had like exotic dances on his yacht in his jacuzzi on the French Riviera. And that, maybe I could see a little bit of light to say, well, that looks like fun. But to pick up girls and bar find them in a bar in Thailand, girls that have been with multiple men, sometimes that very same day, and to say this is the life. I'm going to tell all you people right now, and that includes my friends, if I see you on his channel giving thumbs up, and you know who you are, if I see you on his channel saying, good job, nice video, great upload, and he's with a prostitute or a bar fine girl, I'm going to block your ass. I don't care if 3 people watch my videos. I am not going to have a bunch of demented people that go to that guy's channel that think bar finding 3 or 4 different women, sometimes in the same day, and then talking about kissing them and telling people what they taste like. I'm not going to have you people on my channel. I don't give a shit if I've known you for 10 years. Do you notice that there are less and less people making comments on my channel? Because I've blocked or told people that went to the Slob's channel and give him kudos. Don't come on my channel. Don't comment. Don't do it. I don't want you here. Now, as far as people that I would be jealous of the slob, here, let's just go through this by the numbers. First of all, the slob, as far as intellectually is concerned, he has education, but he has no moral compass to go along with it. None at all. The man is basically a degenerate, in my opinion, and a pervert, in my opinion. Okay? What he does is immoral, in my opinion, and what he does is reckless and suicidal, in my opinion. So, to be jealous of the slob, there would have to be a lot of factors. So, let's just go back. When I was 40 years old, I owned $1 million house in Florida on a deep canal. Not 40, 1999, I would have been 44. When I was 44, I owned a house that would eventually become worth $1 million, $1.2 million. I had an ocean racer in the backyard a year later that had an estimated value of about $100,000. I had a backhoe in the backyard, a 428B Caterpillar backhoe that had an estimated value of $186,000. I had a Cobra Mustang in the backyard that, with payments, had a value of about $70,000 in the backyard. I had more toys than the slob has ever produced. And then I had all the accoutrements that went along with the toys, including, if you want to call them companions. Let's just call them companions. You roll up on a bar at night with a $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 ocean racer. Everybody wants a ride, including the women. You have your choice of anything you want in life when you have a beautiful house on the water in the Keys. Mein Buntag, Nanai. Yes, sweetheart. I'm getting ready to put a new roof on.
I miss you.
You missed me? Oh, you will work with me? You come up and do trabajo.
Trabajo.
Yeah.
Init kayo.
Not init kayo. Yeah, baby, init. You look very guapa today. Okay, amping. So, how I would be jealous. What am I jealous of? Did the slob have an ocean racer? Does the slob does the slob know how to scuba dive? Does he? I see you people, and you people are a lot of people on here are just total bullshit artists. Okay, I mean bullshit artists. You got a guy that has five dives, and all of a sudden he's a scuba diver, and he knows about current, and he knows about this, and you don't know anything when you have 15 dives, 100 dives. You're still beginners, and you're all of a sudden you're divers, and you're talking about scuba diving as if you knew what the hell you were talking about. Anyway, did the slob? I have hundreds and hundreds. I would just jump in my boat with a tank and go out to the reef and go scuba diving. This was before they really had strict regulations about needing a partner. Spiegel Grove, I was there when they sunk it. I was there to dive to Spiegel Grove when they opened it up for divers in 110 feet of water. Does the slob know how to do scuba diving? Did the slob own go fast cars or ocean races? Why would I be jealous of the slob? The slob, aside from looking like a slob, why would I be jealous? He said, I'm jealous of his income keeps going up and up. First he had $3,000 a month income. Then it was $6,000, and then the last video that some guy named Richie Boang put a video, Fat Fazio versus the slob. In that video, the slob at the end, it was a little bit of a rant that I went on against the slob and his psychopathic ways, that he's with different women every night, that women of the night, and women with possible diseases and suicidal type stuff with taking Viagra and alcohol. And there were like 30 comments, and all the comments were the slob, Fazio's jealous of the slob because Fazio doesn't get a different piece of meat every night. That was from a woman named Harriet. That's how a woman talks about other women. This is the kind of shit that goes on his channel. Fazio is just jealous that the slob has an income and Fazio doesn't. Well, no, I'm not jealous of that. I wouldn't trade places with the slob because then I'd have to be the slob. So digressing back, all the comments on the slob's video, on Richie Boang's video about me berating and demeaning the slob, all of them were against me except one guy. Vince Webb, V-I-N-S, Webb, W-B-B, or Vince Webb. He said, FF, which means Fat Fazio. Fat Fazio brings up some good points during my rant. And my points were that the slob is drinking alcohol and taking Viagra, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. That's suicidal. And it's not good for your heart. I mean, if you read about this stuff, it's just not a good combination, alcohol and Viagra. But the slob is drinking every day. Look at, you want to talk about the slob, let's talk about some of his habits. The guy is a really filthy, hygienically filthy human being. Hygienically speaking, he's a filthy, disgusting, despicable human being. He will take his rag. I have never seen anybody do this in my entire life. I have seen people wipe their face and then wipe the back of their neck and then wipe their armpits with their wiping rag and then, toss it to the side. But the slob, he'll wipe under his armpits when he's sweating in the park, when he's walking. He'll wipe under his armpits and he'll wipe around the back of his neck. Then he'll wipe his head, his hair. He'll get the sweat off the nape of his neck, and then he'll wipe his face. That is disgusting. I mean, he's not going to die from it, but hygienically speaking, the man is a pig. That's a fact. This isn't theoretical. The man's a slob. That's why he calls himself the slob. Now, digressing back, did the slob own an ocean racer? Did he own a yacht? Because my boat, an SR 311, SR 311 Formula was and is considered a yacht. It even said this yacht manufactured on a certain day in 1988. It's a yacht. Did the slob own a yacht? I don't know. Maybe he did, and he doesn't put it up. Does the slob have pictures of him scuba diving or video of him scuba diving? Does the slob have video of him? Ethel Smith. Hey, Ethel. That's a very big. So Richie Buong took down some videos about you, tape guy. I guess I'm the tape guy now. I should have let that guy slide when he called me the tape guy the other day. I was in one of my. It was the end of the day. I was hot and exhausted. So he may have taken. I don't care if he leaves them all up. That doesn't bother me at all. None of those videos bother me. I have never, ever, ever, never flagged a Richie Buong video or a Fat Slob. Wait, I flagged one Fat Slob video about a year and a half ago when he first came on. One video, and nothing happened. That was probably the last time I flagged the video. I have never flagged a Chi Corsairs video. I have never flagged the tax maggot in Hawaii. Haven't flagged any of his. Yo, Wapoka. Maybe Ugma. We will do that. Ugma, yeah. Okay. Salamat. I have never flagged any of their videos. The Mushroom Man videos. What am I going to do? I can't undo what's done. And I'm not embarrassed about that. I told you people, when I was caught naked on the camera, I was taking more medication than you people could even wake up to. Different types of medication. I was in another state of consciousness. So I don't care about that kind of shit. It wasn't a flaggable, I didn't get a strike. Took the video down because it was just wrong to have that video up. But when you guys want to put that shit up about me, I think that's all's fair with that. You want to call me the Mushroom Man? You want to call me Fat Fazio? Fat Fazio has offered to meet you in person. Fat Fazio has offered to meet you people in person with the big mouths to see how fucking far you'll go. How far will your mouth run before it falls down? Fat Fazio doesn't give a flying shit about your videos, Richie Buong, or even the Fat Slob. Fat Fazio just wants the Fat Slob to come to my house like he said. He said he was gonna come to my house and do this, that, and come and do this, that, and the other thing. Don't run your mouth from Thailand. Don't run your mouth like you're a big tough guy. Show the world you have the money to travel. When the Philippines opens up, travel. Do some traveling. Run your fucking mouth. We'll see how that works out for both of us. And like the other guy in the white car up in Subic Bay or Angeles City, he's running his mouth too all the time with his little innuendos. That guy, I would be embarrassed if he got out of control because he's such a frail little fucking man. I mean, I would be afraid to yell so loud that he'd fall apart. I mean, that guy's a fucking punk. In my opinion, he's a punk. He says he's going to do. I'm going to go to Bohol and I'm going to throw $50 at Fazio and he's going to suck my my Komasikiyama. Well, he got a big mouth. I want to see him do that. I want to see him make this viral video. This fucking video will go so viral so fast, the world will know about his offer. The whole fucking world. But he's got a big mouth, but he don't back it up. How's he back it up? He backs it up with lies. So that little sissy in the white car, he talked about me for a solid minute and a half, saying that Phil Rizzuto didn't like me and Phil Rizzuto thought I was a pig and I was disgusted. None of that was true, because he's a liar and he's a coward and he's still, what? Excuse me? He's a liar and he's a coward, and he still hasn't come to Bahal. And he ain't gonna come. He's welcome to come to Bahal. I can't stop him. But when he comes here, I want him to stand in front of my house, throw $50 at me, and tell me that shit that he said a couple of months back. Don't twist it up. Don't mince any words. I want you to come and do that. I make videos. We'll blog this whole thing. We'll see how that works out. So digressing back to the slob. Did the slob own, I don't know, maybe he owned a nice car. Maybe he owned a Lexus, which is a lot nicer than my Cobra. But we don't see any of that. I do have a picture of his boyfriend. Or someone sent me a picture of his boyfriend. I have that. Now, I don't know if it's his boyfriend currently. I don't even know that it is his boyfriend, but I have a picture of a guy smiling. Definitely this guy is a little bit light in the loafers. There's no doubt about that. And I don't even know that it was his boyfriend. It might have been JBL's boyfriend, or the sissy in Angeles or Subic Bay with the white car. It might have been his boyfriend, because from what I understand, they're all part of a big club of the Light and the Loafers Club. That's my understanding. Okay, so I can't prove it. So when I post a picture, it'll be in the form of a question. Is this the slob's boyfriend, or is this the guy in the white car, the sissy with the white car with the giant earlobes? Is it his boyfriend, or is this like a JBL reject from the Manila Ladyboy Society? I don't know if it's somebody's actual boyfriend. Because on YouTube, people send... So when Richie puts up stuff on his channel, I don't care about Richie's videos. I don't care. I've never flagged one. I'm never going to flag one. Do people say, well, he's got low view? I got low view counts because I wrote a personal letter to the owner of YouTube. A really, really nasty, despicable type of letter saying, look what you've done to YouTube. The last time they had some big changes on, and they shut my, they closed off my, the bell, the notification bell on 18,000 subscribers. That's why I have low view counts. I don't have low view counts because of the maggot, the tax maggot, Social Security maggot on a volcanic island. I don't have low view counts because of him. I have low view counts because I actually wrote a letter to the owner of YouTube, demeaning and her policy on what they're doing to YouTube. Look what it's changed into, and the fact that what was once politically correct and okay, then they changed the rules. It's not politically correct anymore, but it doesn't. It's current. So if you made a video saying the word dog, like let's say you had a video of you on the beach with a female dog that had giant balls, right? Well, you said that female dog has really big balls. Well, that would have been okay 10 years ago, but now it's not okay. So what they did was, when they changed the rules, if you had a video from 10 years ago and they changed the rule yesterday, that video is now in jeopardy of being removed from YouTube. Not so much struck, but being removed. You can't possibly go through 6,000 or 7,000 videos. So I wrote a video complaining that you people changed the rules, but you took hundreds of my videos, you made them disappear. No strikes. I don't think that's right. And the next day I had 535 videos were demonetized, and my views went from 1,800 to 2,000 views in a few days to 8 views. So I don't care about the low view counts, and I don't care that the slob makes $6,500. Now it's up to $6,500. He deserves that money if he earned it. But I'm not jealous of that, because then I would have to be the slob. And how could I be the slob? Because I don't wipe the bottom of my armpits and the nape of my neck and the sweat off my chest and then wipe my face with the filthy rag. I don't do that. That's what the slob does. I don't go to strip joints where women have had sex with 3 or 4 men that day and then take them home and see what they taste like. I don't do that. The slob does that. And you people, bona fide losers, most of you, go on and say what a great video he made. He has 3 different women a day and Fazio doesn't have any. Well, you don't know that. What I learned about YouTube is to keep my private life private from everybody. So until I meet somebody that I really, really enjoy their company, I would never put them on YouTube again, because you bastards that you made fun of Daisy May and still make fun of her to this day, and that piece of shit in Dumagetti. Let's talk about that piece of shit in Dumagetti, the drunk. I watched a couple of your videos where you watch the men work. You don't do the work yourself. And I watched a couple of other of your videos recently. Now I know why you drink a lot of alcohol. And I would not be so bold as to give you my opinion. But after watching several of your videos and you not doing anything in the videos and watching the men work, and after watching some of the other stuff on you, I know why you drink alcohol all day. If I had to be, well, I'll just leave it at that. So, but he likes to make fun of me, and he likes to make fun of Daisy May, and Daisy May didn't do anything to him. And everybody agrees that it's wrong to make fun of other people's wives or girlfriends, but he enjoys that. Why? Because he's a fucking drunk. That's why. He's a low-class piece of shit, in my opinion, drunk. That's why he makes fun of Daisy May. That's why he puts up memes about Daisy May and myself. That's why he goes on Chi's show constantly and talks about Fazio and Daisy May. Because you people are mean-spirited, little, small-minded people. You will never, I guarantee you, you will never do that to my face. Nobody ever has, and nobody ever will. Nobody will ever say that kind of shit to my face. Why? Because number one, they know it's wrong, and number two, I'm not the kind of guy to let that kind of stuff go. Now, I let it go on YouTube, but I can't do much about it on YouTube. But in real life, I could change things around. I can change things. I can make you understand a different point of view. I could do that. So, you pieces of shit, the fat slob, I'm jealous of the fat slob. So did he have an ocean racer, a race boat? Did he have a boat all his life? I always had a boat all my life. Always lived on the water. Did he live on the water? The only thing I know about the slob is that I have a picture of his so-called boyfriend. That's the only thing I know about the slob. And what he did for a living. He was a big mouth. You need he's an insurance salesman. He's a piece of garbage that sells insurance, in my opinion. He never did a day's work in his life. If he did, he wouldn't be making fun of me working. So, as far as Richie's video, which I only saw yesterday morning, Fat Fazio versus the Slob. I only saw that yesterday morning for the first time. You had 11 minutes of me talking about the slob, and then a minute, 2 minutes of him rebuttaling me, but nothing at all in regards to, the only thing he had to say is that I'm jealous of his income. What that would mean, I'd have to be jealous of him and his sexcapades with prostitutes and bar fine. I'm not jealous of that. I would never do. Even when I had tons of money, I didn't do that. So Did he ever own a fast car? Did he ever go 175 miles an hour in his fast car, or did he just have a fast car? None of that stuff. Is he a scuba diver? Does he know how to run heavy equipment? Does he know how to do anything with his hands? All he does is he only got his mouth. And he ain't been backing that up at all, because I made him the offer to back it up. Tell me that you're coming, when you're coming, where you're coming, and I'll meet you someplace in some neutral place if you need to be met in a neutral place. Or come to my house. Don't worry about it. The neighbors they'll be okay with it, what goes on. They're okay with me. You don't see any of the neighbors starting shit here. Everybody says hello to everybody where I live. Don't worry about it. It's a nice neighborhood. You don't have to worry about getting mugged or anything like that. You want to run your mouth? I'll let you do that for a little while. We're going to make a video, remember? Got to make a good video. So anyway, I'm not jealous of the slob's income. I'm not jealous that the slob has three or four bar-fine women that have had 10 or 12 men that week, and I'm not jealous when he says, oh, you have to see what she tastes like, or I can't wait to see what she tastes like. You're a pig. You're a disgusting, despicable human being, slob. Don't make, I'm not mincing words here. And the fact that you wipe your armpits, your chest, the nape of your neck, and your hair, and then you wipe your face with that filthy rag you wipe everything with, and as a last resort, you wipe your face. After you wipe your stinking armpits and the nape of your neck, you're hygienically, you're a pig. You're less than a pig. So you make fun that I live in you call it the shack, I call it a bunkhouse. But look at the view I have. What's your view? You have a view of a hotel. Beautiful. Some of your hotels are beautiful. You have beautiful pools. You don't even go in the pools because you probably can't even swim. So to be jealous of you would mean I would have to be more like you. And I am the exact opposite of you. I'm an actual doer. In real life, I've actually done things. I don't have a boyfriend. People are not sending you pictures of anybody that may or may not have been my boyfriend, because that never happened. But people are sending me shit about you. This is your boyfriend. This is the guy that you went to Thailand to meet. I mean, nobody does that. You guys talk a little bit about other people, but nobody sends, I don't know, maybe somebody could send you pictures of something that they say about me. It's not true. Just like when I post that picture of your boyfriend, I'm not sure if it's your boyfriend or the Subic Bay guy's ex-boyfriend or the JBL's ex-boyfriend or ladyboy lover. But this guy, when you see his face, you're going to see the guy looks a little light in the loafers. What could I say? I don't know that you went to Thailand to meet this guy or not. I don't know. It's the same thing like Richie Buong. He makes up stories about me. The gay darkroom guy in Subic Bay with the white car, he makes up stories about me. Just like the story about this guy who definitely looks light in the loafers. I mean, you look at this guy, you're going to say he belongs with JLB or JBL or the lady, what the hell is that guy's name? The gay, Andy Gay Darkroom. Andy Gay Darkroom. This is Andy Gay Darkroom's dream friend, dream companion. But they're all saying it's your boyfriend, fat slob. So I don't think people are doing that about me, but if they are, I can't do much about that either. But you are one trippy dude, man. For 40 minutes, I talked about your despicable, disgusting, dirty, filthy, hygienically disgusting habits of being with bar-fine girl prostitutes and God knows what else. I've seen you even kiss a ladyboy in a bar that handed you a drink. I've never kissed a ladyboy. I, I gotta tell you, now I've never kissed a ladyboy, and you knew it was a ladyboy. You knew it was a ladyboy. It was a ladyboy bar, so nobody got that on me. Jeez. So, I do actual real stuff in real life. I don't see the slob with any diving videos. I don't see him in the water. He walks along the beach day after day after day, but never goes in the water. Can the slob do anything except run his mouth? Can he back anything up that he says with his mouth with truthful evidence? Can he back up his mouth? Is his mouth writing checks his body can't keep? These are all things that we want to know. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do now. I'll read the comments, if there are any. Okay, Ethel Smith. Richie Bong took down some videos about you, tape guy. Okay. I don't care whether Richie leaves them. Now, if somebody, and I'm going to tell Richie right now directly to your face, I've never struck you. I even got accused. I forgot what channel it was. I got accused of striking somebody a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I didn't do it. If I did it, I would tell you I did it. I got no problems with that. I could bet you a large sum of money that you could come and take my IP address and a computer expert, and you could never trace back any. I don't have one of those untraceable accounts, and my IP address would never come back to a YouTube long form. I just don't do that. When the time comes, if I'm going to strike something, I would just go on Richie Ball's channel and say, I am striking this video. But I never did, because I don't care. I just don't give a shit about certain things. I'm not like that. I'm not, I just not like that. So if Richie took his videos down because somebody complained, it was not me. And it never would be me, because I've watched, when I went to his channel and I saw the Fat Fazio versus the Slob video yesterday morning, I didn't see anything wrong with anything on his channel. That I only watched one video, but I mean, he could put whatever he wants on his channel. He says it's humor. Well, that's his method of humor. My humor is to talk about the slob wiping his armpits, the nape of his neck, the sweat off his chest, and then wiping his face with his filthy, disgusting rag. That's my idea of humor. And then you have another guy that lives in a closet and talks about other bloggers living in a shack. That's his idea of humor. Now, in real life, I already tested his metal. His metal is not much. He can talk all the shit he wants. He can talk all the bravado he wants. When his metal was tested, he curled up like a little girl and went like this. You see? You see how he gets? You see how upset he gets? He gets like that on YouTube. Because that guy, he got a big mouth, but he got nothing to back it up with. So I don't really pay much attention to his bravado. He's going to do this and he's going to do that to this guy and that guy. Well, when the time came for him to fucking back up his bravado, he whimpered out like a firecracker that the fuse sizzled out on, and you're sitting there waiting for something to happen. That guy is just all mouth. He's not going to back anything up that he does or says. Something wrong with him, in my opinion. But that's my opinion. You hear those roosters? Do you know why they do that? Well, that's Gigante. Gigante is a male rooster. Gigante is having sensual obligations with a female chicken. But the one that you heard in my backyard the other day, she laid an egg. She laid an egg. That's when they're either having sensual relationships or they're laying eggs, they make that noise. And she laid an egg right on top of the punching bag thing. So if anybody has a question, I'll answer it. Ethel Smith, thanks for... And then I'm going to show you what I'm going to do on the hottest day of the year. Because I told you people a long time ago, when it's really hot, I like to work in the sun. And it's hot today. It is blaring hot. So let me show you. First thing I'm going to do is, let me show you what I did the other day. I put a plywood deck down on here. I moved the recumbent rower to over here underneath that tarpaulin. I put weight on top of that. That's a 6-inch piece of styrofoam there, which you can see the sun is on. And this is like the sun stays on that part of the roof all day. So that's where I put the 6 inches of styrofoam insulation. And then the rest has 2x4s and then 3/4 inch phenolic, 16 millimeter phenolic plywood. And then I built a bench over here. Can the slob build a workbench? Can the slob do carpentry? Does the slob have did the slob ever own a bobcat or a backhoe or a drill rig? The slob has no skills as far as I know except his mouth. And his mouth is going to get him in trouble one day. Especially if he stands in front of my house and yells out, "Hey, Fazio, come on out here." His mouth is going to get his ass into trouble. One day that's going to happen if he follows up on his promise. So, can the slob do anything that I do? Can the slob repair a wheelbarrow? Can he weld? No, he has money. He can hire people to do that. But me, I don't look at that as a status symbol. I look at it as basically a very useless man who made a lot of money in his life. And that happens all the time. Okay, so I'm going to blow all of these leaves. These are the sheets of plywood that go on top of the container. The container has to get blown off. But before I do that, and I do this work myself. Oh, I should talk about why I do it myself. Okay. Anyway, this was what's left of the roof. All this, I call it snot. When the roof blew apart, it pulled all the cameras off of this section of the property. And I never got to put these back up, but I don't really worry about that. That snot's going to come down that looks like an A-frame, and this snot over here is coming down that looks like an A-frame. This board is rotted, so this is going to get a higher up stanchion. These stanchions are, I would not put a lot of faith in these vertical stanchions. They're all coming down. And then I'm going to put the plywood down on this deck. And that's one thing I'm going to do today. Now in that white bag, I have a sunscreen that's worth its weight in gold. It's a 40% sunscreen that agricultural people would use to cover tomato plants or gardens in South Florida. And it's 24 feet wide and 40 feet long inside that bag. And it's got little snaps that I can put on every 2 feet to hold it. And that's going to go from the top of that building up there, or, somewhere in the mid of the building. I'm going to put an anchor tie in there and an anchor tie over there. And I'm going to put that sunscreen over this part of the property when I start working, I think. This container, once I get the new roof on it, is going to... The little room I have over there to store junk in, it's just basically junk. Old clothes and stuff that I don't... Rags, clothes, stuff like that I don't need. I gave a lot of it away last week to the locals. I got one more box in there that needs to be given away. And then I got some just other junk, just stuff that I don't need. Empty 5-gallon buckets. That green part is coming off of here. That's going to get dismantled. The wood will be used for forms. The container is going to be jacked up and placed right here in between these two buildings. I'm going to cut this roof. I'm cutting the roof off of this house, the red roof, 4 feet back. I'm going to cut that off and slide the container on that piece of concrete there. And the container is going to go back to the street there. And it's going to be off my property. And there's a hole under here that has to be finished and a hole in the back that has to be finished. They're halfway done. The house is going to get moved out towards the tree. I need to move it 9 3/4 inches. I'm going to move it 18 inches. So it'll give me plenty of room to move the container around. I only need an inch, but I don't want to. I'll just have 4 inches on either side. So that roof is going to get cut off. The container is going over there, and we'll go back to finishing the holes, 2 more holes. All the rest of the holes are dug and then filled up. So if you have a question about what I'm doing, let me know. Oh, and in regards to, people keep asking me, and my friend Carl more specifically, why don't I hire the local Filipinos to do work for me? Well, there are 3 reasons. And I've explained it before, but I got 2 messages this week about that. I'll explain it again. First of all, we have a maggot that lives in a closet. The day I hire somebody to work on my property and put them in a video, the maggot will go to, in case you don't know who the maggot is, he's got that croak mouth. The maggot will go to, I don't know, and employment, the employment division of the Philippines, like to legally employ Filipinos, and he'll report me that I don't have the proper paperwork to hire a Filipino. And although I could hire Filipinos by hiring a contractor to hire Filipinos, but I don't want to do that. I like working. I really do like working. So I'm going to do the work. That's number 1. Number 2, when you give a Filipino direct instructions to use a skill saw to cut a piece of plywood lengthwise that will take them 40 minutes to cut with a handsaw, and you say use the skill saw, the electric skill saw, a lot of Filipinos don't have skills to use a skill saw. It's not a toy, a skill saw. It's an actual tool that can be very dangerous. So they don't feel comfortable using the tool, and they will prefer to use a handsaw to cut this length of plywood. But it might take 35 or 40 minutes if they have a dull blade. I can do it in 45 seconds. So if what I could do in 45 seconds is 50 times faster than what they do, and I can put 40 nails a minute into wood and they can do 3, I can do the work of 2 or 3 men with my power tools in the same time they do it by hand. And at a lot less money, a lot less expense. That's the second reason. And the third reason is, specifically, they don't work like we do in America. In America, if you are the boss and you explain, Mayan hapon, and you explain to a man to do a job a certain way, and you're the boss, he does that job that way, or he tries to. Here in the Philippines, let me turn the camera around so you know I'm clear on this. Here in the Philippines, you tell a man to do something a very specific way, and he may say, we don't do it like that here. We do it the Filipino way. And the Filipino way might take 10 times longer, even if I have the tools to offer him to do the job. The Filipino way, you think I'm kidding. This piece of plywood here, the Filipino way is to cut this piece of plywood with a handsaw and take 40 minutes to do so. And to have a sloppy cut that's not at a 90 degree, it's not straight, it's a sloppy cut 8 feet long. That's the Filipino way. I can't have that on my job. I want my mason joints tight, my form joints tight. I want zero tolerance between my form and where they turn or where they go sideways or whatever. I want zero tolerance. I don't want a 1/4 inch space where the handsaw went offline and cement is coming out, and then I have to clean up the cement. That's another job I have to do. I don't want that. And this building here was built with a handsaw. They did use a drill. They had a $400 compound miter on that job for 2.5 years. And the men put the miter to the side of the job and used a handsaw to cut all their wood. They never plugged in the power miter, ever. The guy who put the kitchen cabinets in, sometimes he used the power miter, but mostly he would use a handsaw. So if I can cut 500 cuts in 3 hours, if I was making straps, it would take 30 hours for a man with a handsaw to do it. Why would I hire a Filipino? That's the Filipino way. Get used to it. You people that come here, and if you say to the man, I don't want you to do it the Filipino way, I want you to do it my way, they will look at you. They will look at you and tell you, I quit. And not just that one guy walks off the job. They all walk off the job. So that's the Filipino way. So it's easier for me to do this myself. And I like working. So here we go. First thing I'm going to do is blow off this table. And I'll look for comments. No more comments. Very nice. Thank you. I really don't like comments because I'm working. And who was really allowed to talk to people when they're working on a job site? All right. So I'm going to blow this off. And then I'm going to start removing the snot from that other, on the other building. Now, I have to do two things. One thing I want to do is see how much power is left in the camera. So I'm going to just give me a moment, and then I'll blow off the roof. So let me put my glasses back on. And let's see how much power's in there. Okay, we have 36%. That will give me 1 hour. Okay, good to go. Put the power back. And I'll blow this roof off and we'll move on to the next project. Are you calling me? Are you calling me?
No.
Okay. I cannot hear with the machine. You know, I'm going to tell you a little secret, too. All you people that made fun of me when I was making the ramp about 3 months ago for that and the stairs at the end of the ramp, the 2 steps, made fun of that I was building a set of stairs because you people have no insight as to what I'm doing and why I do it, which is okay. Most people don't have knowledge of construction. That's okay. But when you make fun of me, even after I show you thousands of things that I have good education and knowledge of, you still make fun of me. How is that beneficial to you? You can't prove that I don't know about construction. You can only say those words, and you have nothing to back it up with. I told you there's a 20 by 24 foot by 40 foot tarpaulin in that white bag. Well, now I'm going to show that to you so that you don't think I'm lying about having a sunscreen. And I don't lie, and no one's ever caught me in a lie. Whereas the slob and the closet maggot, they've all been caught in lies. All of them. They're liars, they're thieves because they steal your time, and they're basically, second grade humans, if you even want to call them a human being. Because a real human being is not going to talk about somebody else's wife or girlfriend. And they all do that. Religiously, they do it. And I'm going to tell you, there can be consequences when you talk about somebody else's wife or girlfriend. And it doesn't have to be from the person that you talked about their wife or girlfriend. Could be some stranger that doesn't like that. There can be consequences for things you do and say on YouTube. For instance, when the closet maggot got called out on his bravado, he had to show everybody involved that he's a coward. That he's a coward, not willing to back up his mouth. The videos were played that he's going to come and do this, that, and the other thing, and he had the option to show people that he was going to do this, that, and the other thing, and the closet maggot curled up into a little ball and cried like a little girl. Like a little girl. So if I was somebody else that he called out recently, I wouldn't worry about it too much. He's never going to do that. Okay, so we're going to retie that bundle of screen, 40% sunscreen. We're going to retie it because it needs to be retied. I'll throw it up on the plywood. It's not that heavy. It only weighs about 60 pounds. The one thing I forgot to bring up, well, I used it all up. I had straw. All right, I'll use something else. Now, I'll be right up. I gotta go get. I have a bucket of short ropes that serve no purpose. I'm gonna go get that. I'll be up in a minute, probably about 3 minutes. Uh, okay. Ow. Now, I'm going to check the comments, and then I'm going to tell you what you can expect if you move to the Philippines and you gave this job that I just did, removing this straw rope off the off from the canopy. If maybe, and only maybe, probably, highly probable, that if I asked the man to go remove this rope without cutting it, maybe they'd only cut it 3 times. Very, very few Filipinos, even after you explain don't cut the rope, would not cut the rope. Because if they cut the rope, they would just say, you make a knot. Because to them, knots in the rope are normal. But they would also understand that if you didn't like to have the fact that there was a knot in the rope, you'd have to buy a new rope from a Filipino store. Therefore, that's good that they cut the rope and you buy a new rope. When it only took 3 or 4 minutes to take the rope off the back post, which was a bear, but I didn't have to cut the rope. And that's what you can expect. When you live here in the Philippines, you could expect them to not listen and cut the rope in maybe 2 or 3 places. Michael McFarland, hello, thank you for stopping by. Scott Del Fuego, good afternoon. Comments make the world go round. Yeah, baby. Okay, so hello, Scott. That was a great conversation we had the other day. Thank you for that. I had one like that this morning at 3 o'clock with Carl. Carl has become, my friend Carl, has become a beekeeper. And he started out with 1 hive with 10 trays in each hive. Then he got another one, and now he's going for a 3rd and a 4th. So he has about 25,000 bees. He's got the beekeeper uniform and the smoker, and he's really getting into the bee thing. So him and I, we talked about bee honey in the Philippines and the price of honey in the Philippines, and I sent him my honey videos from the honey man. The guy's name is Ernie. He sells honey on the street. And oh yeah, that's another thing, that this piece of shit, these pieces of garbage bloggers, do they have any content besides walking on a beach and showing you waves? I mean, seriously. No, I'm really serious. Do they have any content? Do they show you them, like the guy in Thailand? Has he ever stopped on the street and talked to a street vendor? He goes, yeah, okay, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. He doesn't say please or thank you. He's a slob. That's why they call him the slob. But does he have any content? And the closet maggot, does he have any content? Now, for instance, I posted a video of Michael Fazio in the Bohol Sea chasing down a coral sea snake for about 12 minutes. Do these guys do anything like that? No. The closet maggot, he can barely get out of the closet. He can make it to the end of the driveway with his doo-doo shovel, and then if he gets out of the driveway with the doo-doo shovel, he ends up getting in trouble. And he's in a lot of trouble right now because there are in fact legal agencies that are going to go visit him shortly for various reasons. But the closet maggot, does he have any content? Has he ever been on a bunker boat, swimming, snorkeling? Oh, I have a bad ear, I have a bad back. Does he have any content? That's the question. No, he does not. He'll show you the same beach 12 or 13 times. I've shown you beaches in Palawan, Dumaguete, Cebu, different parts of Cebu, all over Bohol, ferry rides, the inside of the motor package in the ferries, the captains. I got to ride in the pilot house with the captain of the ferry because we both speak the same language, you know, as being both captains. We both speak nautical terminology. Do these people have any content? They just have nothing. They have their lousy, mealy-mouthed little lies and deceptions and their digs that they make at other bloggers, and that's all they have. They don't, like Carl Vela. Carl Vela is a whole lot more successful than anybody that I know on YouTube. Okay? And what does he do with his free time? First of all, if he makes a video, I wouldn't know about it. And it's just for his family of what he's doing on his property. But the most successful man I know is Carl Vela. And what does he do with his free time? He volunteers 2 or 3 days a week at a food bank. He doesn't make videos about that. He is the team leader of the Baja 500 and the Baja 1000 quad and four-wheel. He's the team leader and owner of the he's the sponsor of Baja 500 and Baja 1000 for his car and his quad. And he races, and he's won. He has personally been in the vehicle when he won the Baja 500. And so he does that, and he has a motorcycle that he rides a few days a week. He does 10 miles a day on his bicycle, and then he volunteers 2 or 3 times a week at a food bank for poor people. And then now he's a beekeeper, and he doesn't ever have to work again. And he does not go out with straight ladies of the night from red light districts. He's dating just normal, everyday women that you'd meet, like at the tennis court, perhaps a lawyer or a dentist, something professionals. But he has more money than anybody else on YouTube, and he doesn't do anything abnormal with his money. And I would know, and I would say it. And I would not be friends with him because I would say the truth and we would stop being friends if he didn't like it. But he doesn't do any of that shit. And he's more successful than most of you people combined. Those are the people that are my friends. Okay? So do they have any content? That was the question. Does the slob have any content? He walks through the malls in Asia at a pretty rapid pace. How is that content? Every day the same thing, walking through a park. How is that content? Okay, it's a nice park, but it's not content. It's not interacting with the locals. The only locals he interacts with, he pays them $60 a day to talk to him or $60 an hour to service him. That's not content. So, hello, Michael. Welcome to the show. Sir Foz, we'll be back soon. Give you some fun. Thank you, Michael. So, and the closet maggot, didn't he go somewhere? Didn't he go to another part of the world to blog where he was going? So far, he's made it out of his driveway, and he may end up he almost got arrested. He left his driveway and almost got arrested. We don't even know if that happened or not, if he got arrested. I don't think he did, but if another person on the other side of that fence that he might have been threatening with the doo-doo tool, he could have got arrested for that. Or the guy who he was shaking the doo-doo tool, that could have been the mayor. Or the guy he was shaking the doo-doo tool, that could have been a Navy SEAL with 13 confirmed kills by hand. So that guy, every time he leaves the driveway, he gets into deep doo-doo. But that's not content. That's not content that he yelled at somebody on the other side of a barbed wire fence. Content would have been him running around to the inside of the fence and yelling at the guy. That would have been content. But the closet maggot and the slob, they have no content. And they make fun of me. You think the slob could wrap up that little bundle of sunscreen that I did? I don't know. Maybe he could, but he's never shown us him doing any physical work, because I think that the slob is basically a useless person. I don't care that he was in the service. I don't care. What does that mean, he was in the service? It means he had a few 100,000 people had his back to help him, to teach him, to guide him. It doesn't mean he ever did anything on his own. Being in the service doesn't necessarily mean you're a freaking war hero, even though they all have war hero stories. But even still, he was in the service, okay, and he got the benefits from being in the service. But what has he done on his own? Guapo, mein hapon, salamat. What has he done on his own? He was in the service. When he got out of the service, did he do any? He became a talking head, a mouth, a closer for an insurance company, a scumbag, a liar, a thief, somebody that talks you into buying something that you don't really want, or upgrading you, constantly upgrading. He's a piece of fecal tissue with arms and legs, in my opinion. So these people have no content, and yet they talk about me. Fine, talk about me all you want, but do it to my face. I am still waiting for just one of you people to get in my face. I'm still waiting. You're all tough guys. You're all this and you're all that. And you're all nothing. You're a bunch of talking blah 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 guys. Jeez. Anyway, getting back to if you gave this particular job to a Filipino, they may take the rope off in one piece, and they may have cut the rope. Not that it really matters. I mean, this rope is probably 15 or 20 years old, and I'm probably going to end up cutting it within a few days anyway. But that's not the point. The point is, if you said do not cut the rope, a Filipino might just cut the rope just so that you'd have to buy a new rope for no other reason. And you'd have to spend that money in a Filipino hardware store. And that's just the way it is here. So I'm gonna roll this up neat, because the reason I'm cleaning up that roof so well, getting all the rope and all the straw up off the floor, is because I'm gonna have to walk around up there, and I don't want to trip on this crap. And tripping on this crap, you could fall off the roof, or you could break a leg, you could just fall down and get cut, fall down and twist your hand or your elbow or your wrist. So you clean it up as you go along. You don't work in a mess, and that's something else. I wish. I can't, but I wish I could. I wish I could show you some Filipino construction sites that I've been on, and the mess that they work in and around. It's amazing. I wish I could show you, but on the sites in question, I gave my word both times. I would not show the building that the mess was in, nor would I show the mess itself. But if I ever do get a computer, and I still do need a computer, I would like to cut out a section of a couple of videos I have of Filipino construction sites, and this is going to amaze you. Absolutely amaze you. What it looks like on most small house, small building, Filipino construction sites. I do have one at the market. That gives you an idea, a little bit of an idea, but you want a full-fledged video of some of these construction sites. Leave a lot to be. I don't know if you can even see what I'm doing here. Oh yeah, you could. Okay. Yeah, so where's their content? Where is their scuba diving videos? Even last week I was listening to one of the newest scuba diving experts in the Philippines. The only thing I'll give him credit for is that he did say he only had 15 dives, which I doubt it was that many, and that he wouldn't try to make a video while he was diving until he got the hang of it. Now that kind of makes sense a little bit, but he didn't show any content. So I heard him say he's learning scuba diving, but he didn't show anything about scuba diving. So is he doing scuba diving? Is he up to his third dive, his 15th dive, his 40th dive? I mean, all of these people, they got all these stories, but they don't show you anything to prove any of their stories are necessarily true. And that I find pretty amazing, because all they really do is talk. They don't do anything. They don't even do something simple like tie this rope up, like I just took all the knots except one. I'm going to need 2 pairs of pliers for that one. But they don't do anything. They don't do anything. You saw the closet maggot. You saw him standing next to the house, and you seen a paint can. Who was painting? Who was doing the painting? Was anybody really painting? Was the house painted? There's no proof of anything like that. But that's what the closet maggot does. He makes up stories about things that he did and does. He had a picture. The closet maggot has a picture of him standing near a boat. And he says, I worked on that boat. Well, where are the pictures? Where's the video? Where's the proof? I mean, the closet maggot, he's a man of the world, but with no proof. The closet maggot. I like that. I like that name, the closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot, and it rhymes with closet maggot. And you thought I was going to step over the line. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. You thought I was going to say the other word. You thought I was going to say the other word. I would get in trouble. Okay, so where are we? I'll check I gotta get, wait a minute. I just find it a nail. What happened? That's in the front. I just find it a nail the hard way. Go away. Go away. A lot of work for a nail. We are one step closer to removing the framework. I think I'll get rid of this sunscreen now. Oh yeah, one more thing about the closet maggot. He made a statement one day that he's waiting for me to fall off the roof so he could make a video. Hey, closet maggot. The next time we experience up close and personal, going to be a little different than the last time. Closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. Amigo, mein hapon. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. M-A-G-G-A-T. Closet maggot sounds like closet maggot. It sure does. I'm a closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot. A closet maggot. Imagine being a closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot. Maggot, maggot, maggot. Closet maggot. Closet maggot. Closet maggot. Maggot, maggot, maggot. Closet maggot. Closet maggot, closet maggot, closet, closet, closet maggot, maggot, closet maggot, closet maggot, the closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot. I'm a closet maggot, and it sounds like closet maggot, maggot. This is my idea of whistle while you work. I make up songs. Whistle while you work. The closet maggot is in the closet. Is that karma? Karma? Karma in the closet. Karma. Closet maggot. Karma. I'm a closet maggot. Closet maggot sounds like closet maggot, 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 maggot. Closet maggot, 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 maggot. Closet maggot, maggot, closet maggot. yeah, the closet maggot. We got one more thing to talk about with the closet maggot. I went around asking my neighbors if you sent any notes or messages to them. Now, the few I asked, they said no, closet maggot. So you either lied about that or I haven't gotten to the right person yet. But you should you should you should think seriously about what you say on YouTube, because it might have consequences. Might be, never know. I know, but you don't. And those consequences are, in fact, that there are some public officials that have been notified about your actions. So I'm going to tell you what there may or may not be fiduciary actions against you, but because you said you went around telling my neighbors this, that, and the other thing, well, I shared some knowledge that you made public in your videos with the authorities of where you are now. So you might be paying heavily, dearly for those mistakes financially, which would be in the range of anywhere from a few hundred to $15,000. So just get used to that somebody will be visiting you shortly if they haven't already. And they will have the authority to do. Hey, Hill! Is that Hill? They will have the authority to ask you for money. Oh, hello. I was looking for Hill. Hill over there? At the house? Okay, the Doggett. Okay, salamat. Okay. Yeah, maggot, closet maggot. Yeah, I shared that information, public information, and it was in videos that you posted. I shared it with the authorities because you said you shared stuff with some of the locals around here, so, which I can't stop you from doing, but what you did is unjust. Oh boy, sorry about that. Yeah, actually, Ancient Derek, I do have videos of how the containers got from Cebu. I have videos of putting them on the ship. on the trucks and offloading them from the trucks. But before you became a member of my Patreon account, I would speak with you personally on Skype. So, yeah, I have videos of unloading the containers from the trucks into this yard, loading the containers on the truck on the ship in Cebu, and then the truck ride from the port. It's in the middle of the island of Bohol to here with the container on the back, and then the boom truck picking the container up and setting it on top of the stanchions I built. Yeah, I have videos of all of that. Okay, so what happened was I forgot to plug it in, and it went off for a few minutes. I don't know if that fella's still here. Ancient Derek. I like that name. I had a guy give me once a 75-ton electric crane from the 1950s. He said, "You can have this." I said, "You can take that and stick it where the sun doesn't shine." He just wanted me to dismantle it. It was on, actually, it was on Governor's Island in New York. It was on the most expensive island. They were building a marina, and they didn't want to dismantle it. Was it Governor's Island? No, another island in Manhattan. But Ancient Derek, that's a cool name. All right, I'm going back to work. Yeah, I have videos of all the container offloading, onloading, in the yard, on the ship, off the ship. Not of the port of Cebu though. The container, I was not allowed in the port of Cebu to see the container, but I have it in the storage yard. And I don't know if that fella Ancient Derek is still here, but do not sign up for my Patreon account. I probably really don't want any new members of Patreon. I really don't want any more members on my Patreon account. Probably without talking to you on the phone about some who you are, where you come from, what you do, why you're on Patreon. I probably will just not allow you on my Patreon page. I know that sounds silly, right? But it's my page. So I don't really care about Patreon as much as some people think I do, but I don't need any more Patreon members, thank you. And unless I spoke with you directly, face to face, and I got some personal information from you, which you don't have to give me, I would probably not allow you on my Patreon page. Sounds crazy, right? But it is my page, my rules. Okay, so just because you have a cool name doesn't mean you're not there to steal my videos or whatever it is that you want. Now, I'll tell you one more thing. People that join my Patreon page, they usually join on the 2nd or the 3rd after the billing cycle, and then they stay on for 28 days, and when their bill is due, they quit. That'll never happen again. So, and then I've seen my videos playing on other people's websites. That I don't like when that happens either. So, probably best that you don't sign up, and this way I don't have to block you. Of course, I could talk to you, but most people don't want to divulge who they are. They want to be anonymous. And if you want to be anonymous, that's okay. But you can't be. Okay, so let's see what we got here as far as power is concerned. How much power do I have? Is concerned. How much power do I have? %. That's not much. It's enough to get me over there to blow that off and come back with the cord. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what we got here. Not much. Okay. Alrighty. What am I doing now? I need the glasses. I need my razor knife. I'll start pulling that lumber apart from the shade. Think I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to take the rest of that frame down, and I think that's it after that for today. I'm not sure. I feel good. I feel good. Oh yeah, one more thing about the slob. I forgot the slob. The slob who goes out with basically prostitutes. You want to call it a bar fine, you call it a bar fine. And then people give him, he has a $6,500 a month income. Okay? That's quite a bit of money. God bless him. However, then people give him, you got this piece of shit that I had an argument with, sending him 10, 20, 20, 10, 10, 20. It's his money. He can do what he wants. But you got these pieces of shit, in my opinion, sending the slob money so he could be with a bar fine or a prostitute. Okay, that's what you want to do. But then the slob, then he has the audacity to say, God bless you, my friend. He is such a hypocrite. He is such a hypocrite. Piece of garbage. God bless you for sending me money so I can pay a prostitute to sleep with me for 45 minutes? Really? Fuck. You people amaze me. Every day you amaze me. And there is no God. I thought there was, but the truth that I've come to is there is no God. If there was a God, he would have shut the borders down in America. America was the great experiment. America has turned into a giant slum. And if there was a God, he would have sent meteors on Christmas morning into the Vatican whilst the Pope was giving his speech. If there was a God, when Congress was in session and the president, any president, I don't give a shit which one, was addressing, there would be, what, meteors? Is that what they call them? Planetoids landing on Washington, D.C. Scented right on the podium. If there was a God, we would have got the truth about 9/11. If there was a God, we would have got the truth about Fukushima. There is no God. But to him, there is a force that controls the world. It's a negative force. We call it Satan or the devil. That's the God he's thinking, in my opinion. So that slob that says, thank you, thank Jesus, thank God, God bless you. The guy makes $6,500 a month from his pension, and you were sending him another $1,000 for Botox, face reconfit. You people are fucking stupid, man. You are stone stupid. He used to come on and call everybody an e-beggar and a scammer. He's the biggest fucking e-beggar and scammer ever. I mean, I don't make $6,500 a month. Nobody else on YouTube that I know does. He does. He tells you he does. And then he's scamming you for $1,000 for Botox and $100 for a prostitute and $100 for a street girl and $100 to take a street girl out for dinner, a bar fine girl. He bought a wife and you paid for that too? You people are stone stupid. The guy bought a wife, you paid for it. He already gets $6,500 a month. How much more money but I don't care that he does, but he used to call me a scammer because people would send me $10, $20 in super chat. I was a scammer, but he's not a fucking low class, two-faced, duplistic scammer. He's not, but I am. You people are stone stupid, man. He has got you right where he wants you. And that piece of shit who I had the argument with on the phone. I swear to God, and I'm not kidding, you have an IQ of less than 42. Okay, so I'm taking my little break here. I have uh, I have a project I'm getting ready to do. When I start doing the masonry work, I'm gonna need, I don't know. See, they don't sell. This is amazing, fucking Philippines. They don't sell screened or screed sand here that you can make stucco out of. They don't sell it. No material yard sells it. What they do is they send you a pile of mix, small mixed stones, and you take it and put it in a sifter, a regular shaking sifter. You shift it by hand, and you'll have two guys or one guy sifting it. And when the rocks come to the top, they throw the rocks in. I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. So I don't think I'm going to buy. They sell machines that do that automatically. I've seen them, but I've not seen a used one. But I can make one out of a 55-gallon drum and cut out sections of the drum and attach the screen that you would sift the rocks from. I could attach the screen to the inside of the drum and then turn that drum around in a circle. And how would I do that, you ask? Well, I would do it by going and getting a steel 55-gallon drum and welding pad eyes or something similar to pad eyes to it. And then on the outside of my cement mixer, I would weld the accompanying pad eye to the outside of the mixer. Then I would take the 55-gallon drum and bolt it to the part of the cement mixer that turns around. The only concern I have, two concerns. Well, just one. If it turns too fast, the material might not fall down through the hole. It might do a centrifugal force thing and stay up against the barrel. So I have to see what the centrifugal force is in the barrels that do spin that they sell already made. I have to see how many revolutions per minute are in those barrels. And then I could make it on the cement mixer on low speed. That's another project that I have. I still have to move this container and this house. I have to move that. So I have a couple of weeks work. I can't get my rebar bender yet. It's there. It's in Manila. I gave them a deposit, but I can't get to Manila. Can't go there unless you have business there, doctor appointment, embassy appointment, stuff like that. So, and the people that have the machine, I'm not going to send them $5,000 with some other things I bought. I'm not sending them $5,000. I don't know who they are. There's nothing preventing them from disappearing. I wouldn't say they're going to do that, but they're not going to do it with my money. I'm not saying that they would do it. They might be totally, but they don't ship anything anywhere. They don't want to be responsible for nothing when it comes to shipping. So you got to actually go there to the store or the house or the warehouse and pay cash for it, and then they'll get me a truck to bring it to the dock, and then I got to bring it to the dock and ship it from Manila to Bohol, and then I could either blog the journey back or fly back the same day, just pay a little extra for a ticket. We'll see what happens with that. Okay, now I'm gonna take that framework off of there. Next, I'm gonna take this side. All these wires for the cameras, they all work. I couldn't believe it. They still work. Um, so I didn't cut any of the wires. Well, the two cameras they've been out here for 3 years, and I plugged one in. It works just fine. Couldn't believe it myself, actually. So let me see if I have any comments. And yeah, the slob. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you for sending me on top of the $6,500 I make per month. God bless you for sending me a $50 super chat so I could take this bar fine slash prostitute slash hooah out on the town tonight. God bless you. You people are sick. I am not even kidding. What moral, where did you get your morals from? Were you born without morals? Did YouTube give you the ability to lose your morals? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can't. So, yeah, and I have people right now watching me, like the closet maggot. He's waiting for me to fall off the roof or something fall on me, get hurt, because he's a closet maggot. And I'm waiting for the slob to drop, to sit there and drink all night, drop a Viagra. And I mean, I don't wish it on him. I've been telling him for months that it's going to kill you. Yeah, up on the roof here, I could die. But I've been doing this my whole life. But I'm not dropping chemicals and alcohol, mixing chemicals with alcohol and trying to blow up my heart. That's two different things altogether. Hey, Slob, whatever it was that happened to you last year where you almost died and now you think you have to experience everything there is to experience in life when it comes to cheap sex in Thailand, there are so many other ways to spend your money. You could buy a jet ski and travel around Thailand on a jet ski. You could buy a boat and get a captain to captain you around and learn how to go scuba diving. You could do parachuting. They probably have parachuting there. Instead, your goal is to have sex with 3 different dirty, fine girls a day. I gotta tell you, it's not much of a goal. I mean, and then you rub it in other people's face that they don't have enough money to pay for 3 fines a day. You're fucked up in the head, dude. All right. You are really fucked up in the head. All right, so I'm going to go cut that top one off of there right now. Yeah. Wow. Felt good to sit down. I felt really good. That's the first time I sat down since 8 o'clock this morning. Yo, mein Happen. hard to believe, but all those fittings, whatever quality steel they made it out of, chrome plated or stainless, they still shiny. Okay, you should be able to see a little bit about what I'm doing. yo. Oh. Where's my bottle of water? Okay, I'm gonna get that last beam out of there as soon as I don't like walking around in those leaves. The leaves that are on the floor that I keep stopping to blow off. Number one, there's no reason for me to walk around in rotten, decaying, dead leaves. It's got bacteria. I have enough problems with my feet as it is. I don't need to have that bacteria on my feet. That's number one. Number two, I don't know if there's a piece of plywood down there or a board with a nail sticking out of it where I'm going to step on that. So I like to keep my work area clean, even though people say, oh, you got I got a mess. I got a lot of stuff going on. But it's an organized mess. It's a mess in motion. Or as one person said it, it's a dynamic mess. Changes every day. But I know that I don't want to step on a nail, so I blow everything off. I see, make sure there's no wood down there with a nail in it, where I have to brush against it with my ankle. Guapo, main hapon. Salamat. So I try to, it's a dynamic mess. And this is how this is how you keep a job site as clean as you can. Oop. And we need the electric, right? We need power. So I didn't feel like bringing up a second electric cord because normally the cell phone has 4 hours of power in it, but today it was I left it on last night by accident. Then it started out with 60% power. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Right. I think I'm done. Hungry. Didn't eat anything at all today. I had nothing since this morning at all. I don't remember eating anything at all. Oh, yeah, I think I'm done. I'm getting nauseous. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, oh. I'm done. I'll sit with the cell phone for about 5 minutes. I'll check out the power reading on the cell phone, and then I'm done. I'm not going to strip that wood down today because that wood is just going to get cut up for the neighbor. Well, it'll be bundled anyway. They can cut it up to sizes that they want. But I will not be doing that today. Huh. Huh. Okay. So, I'm done. Just got to put the one bucket, the camera, and I'm done. I'll have a 5-minute sit down. Yo, yo. All right, so, okay, so we still have power. All right, I'm done for the day. I'm gonna leave everything up here that I have on the table. I have a box now that has to get filled up with some stuff. Uh, oh boy. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything else today. I still have an hour downstairs to clean up, to blow off the garbage I made to throw downstairs today. All right. Okay, so All right, I'm done. Okay. Oh boy. I know the closet magnet is going to say, "How come you never fixed the jet ski?" Well, the electronic module that lists for about $400. They said it blew up in the jet ski. They said the module was bad. That's why it wouldn't run. So I bought a module online through Amazon for $240 and replaced the module. But it was not the module. And if it was, then they sold me a bad module. No returns on electronic parts. So I tried to get one here in the Philippines. So for a $400 part, new, I found a guy in Manila that I wouldn't have worked out between us. Leave it like that. So him and I talked on the phone, and he said, the first day I called him up, he said, "Yes, I have a module for that. That used to be Tony's jet ski from Blue Water, Anthony's jet ski from Blue Water, next to Blue Water." And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, I have that. I have a module for that machine. I'm the mechanic for that machine." So I says, "How much will you charge me to sell me the module?" He goes, "Oh, I will only install it." I said, "Well, it's just 3/4 inch stainless steel bolts, nuts, and 4 plugs, 4 Canon plugs." "Yeah, but I have to be the one to install it." So I said, "Well, how much will that cost?" He said, "Well, it's what did he want to charge me?" I'm trying to be realistic because I made a video on this once before. I think his price for the module was $600. So a new one was $400, but they were not available. That module discontinued. You can only buy one off a used unit. So I think he wanted $600 for the module. Then he wanted 2 airplane tickets for him and his helper to come, and 2 nights in separate rooms for him and his helper in the Blue Water Hotel. So that was 12,000 pesos for each man, 24,000 pesos. That was another $500 on top of the 600 for the module. Then there was the fee for the foods from the cab fare from Manila to the airport for the 2 men, separate vehicles. And then he laid this all out for me. And then 2 airplane tickets, then a cab ride from the airport to the hotel. And then food anywhere he wanted to eat, plus drinks. So we figured that out at about another $500. So we're up to 5 and 5 is 1,000, and 600 for the part. That was 1,600, or roughly 16,000. Excuse me, 1,600. So that would be 50,000, and 30,000 was 80,000 pesos was the minimum he was going to charge me to come from Manila to take a module off 3 stainless steel nuts and 4 Canon plugs. So I said to him, Well, you know, what happens if the unit does not start the machine? Because he was the mechanic. He goes, well, then it could be the harness. I said, so what will you do? He goes, well, we'll go back to Manila. We'll take the harness off the unit and we'll go back to Manila and look for another harness. So I says, well, how much are you going to charge me if the unit doesn't work? So he goes, well, we won't charge you for the unit $600, but you'll pay $1,000 for the transportation and the hotel and the food. And then when we come back, you'll pay another $1,500 for the harness and the airfare and the cab and stuff like that. So it was going to basically cost me $3,200 if his module didn't work. So I passed on that. So I still have the module I bought. I still have the original module. And I even bought the service manual for the unit so I could test out the harness. But during that time, my landlord decided that he wanted the apartment back because it was coming up on Christmas. And I could have the apartment until like November, till Thanksgiving. But after that, he wanted from 17,000 pesos a month. He wanted 75,000 pesos a month. And I said to him, yeah, but you said I could stay here for as long as I want. 17,000 pesos. He goes, no, you can stay here as long as you want, but it's 17,000 until mid-November, and then it's 75,000 pesos or $1,500 a month until April. So I moved out. So, and in the interim, I moved out. I just parked this unit in front of my other apartment, and there was no place to work on it. So I never did fix it. But theoretically, I put a corrosion block in the pistons, and about a year ago, I took that cover off and turned it over by hand. It still cranks over by hand, so it didn't seize anything up. But theoretically, if I had a real mechanic that knew what the hell, there was, the problem was at the bottom of the motor. There's a 6-pin female plug, cannon plug, coming out of the bottom of the transmission. And when they took the harness off, somebody took the harness off. Well, they pulled that apart. I personally think when they pulled it apart, they pulled the 6-pin cannon plug out of the transmission, and just the wires are hanging on the metal. So I personally think that either the harness came loose and the wires vibrated through somewhere in that area, or someone pulled the wires out and maybe ripped one, because I can't test that cannon plug. The only way you can test it is with a tester that costs $1,000 to plug a cannon plug into that plug. There's a tester for this machine. It's about $1,200 for the tester. It tests the module, it tests the starting circuit breaker, it tests the throttle, it tests the gauges, but the unit is $1,200, the tester. So you have to buy the tester, and then it comes with the plugs. That really wasn't just such a good option, considering the unit worked just a few weeks before I bought it. It's got to be something relatively simple, or the module went and they sold me a bad module, and I need another module. But $1,600 to have that guy and he wanted a helper, and the helper was just coming in case he needed help taking 3 nuts off the module and taking 4 plugs out of the module. That's all that had to be done. There was no other work. And he said, well, if I need to help to hold something, I said, I'll hold something. I'm a jet. No, you don't know anything about jet skis. So that conversation, to be honest, didn't end well. And I was still living there at the time, and I had explained to him that I thought the guy was a fucking criminal. I mean, it wasn't any. You need two people to take off three-quarter-inch stainless steel nuts off a module and four cannon plugs. So basically, it would have costed me 12,000 for the room, for the extra man, and oh yeah. I forgot about in the 80,000 pesos. I forgot about the airfare. The airfare was 10,000 pesos each round trip. So it would have been exactly $2,000. I forgot about that. So the airfare was 200, and the hotel was 250. So that was like $500 with the cab, and that was an extra 500 for a mechanic. They were going to come on vacation, is what they were going to do. Maybe they had another job set up, and the other guy was paying the same thing. I don't know, but you got to be careful when you're in, well, with any kind of mechanic, car mechanic, boat mechanic, it's all the same. But I knew it was something simple. The guy who sold it to me, I saw him on the jet ski just 2 weeks before that. So it was working. I saw him on the jet ski because he used to jet ski behind the house. So theoretically, that jet ski should still run. If I ever, so what I need to do is to actually go out and buy a proper ohm meter, not one of these little $5 ohm meters, and I have to buy a proper ohm meter and test out the circuits with the book I have, and also it needs what these son of a bitches did to the harness. They were trying to get it started in Anthony's backyard, and what they did was they scraped insulation off the wires in the harness in like 3 dozen places. And then I guess they were just going to put black electrical tape on it. And really, in a machine that runs in salt water, that was what the guy that wanted $2,000 to come and change the module, that was his idea of how to test the harness. He didn't have the machine to test it, and he just scraped the wire off, the insulation off the wire. I went a little sideways on that guy, a little bit, be honest with you. A lot really sideways with him. I went sideways with him. Sideways is a good way of putting it. Anyway, I wasn't going to give him $2,000 for that. I wonder if okay, so I'm just taking a little sitting down break here. I haven't eaten anything. At 3 o'clock this morning, I got up to talk to Carl Vella. And I had 8 or 9 spoonfuls of rice. That was the last thing I ate. I had coffee at 7:30. But I haven't eaten anything all day. I really want to call up my friend Mai and see if he wants to go out for pizza. I really feel like having some kind of food that I'm not going to have to cook. All right. So I'm going to put this Michael sideways. Michael. Oh yeah. I really should record some of these conversations, but probably not. And the thing is, the guy said to me, I'm coming to the Blue Water, and you live right next door. He says, I live on the top floor of the house next door to Anthony. I'm the apartment closest to the ocean. Don't knock on my neighbor's door and disturb him. But he never did come. And I was there for 6 or 7 more weeks. So I know he had come and left. But he forgot to visit me. Yeah. All right. So this stuff here, I'm going to take those brackets off. I'm going to use those brackets again in the corner stanchions. I'm going to use. Look at this wood. All this wood, it just turned into dust. This wood, all of it. It just turned into. Watch this. See, watch this piece of wood where my hand is. It's just turned into just dust. It's that Himalaya wood. It's garbage wood. But at the time I bought the wood, they had a moratorium on cocoa lumber, and that's all they had. But I would not have taken this wood. I would have waited for the cocoa lumber to be unmoratorium or a place to buy it. And I would have stayed in the apartment next door for 4 or 5 more months till the moratorium ended. But he didn't give me an option. He delivered it, and I had moved out of the apartment. I was living in a makeshift lean-to / tent under a tarpaulin, because I figured once I get the lumber, it could only be 3 or 4 days to build a shelter. Even if it was just a lean-to shelter, it was a beautiful time of the year. There was no rain, no storms. All right, so let me put this machine down here. Okay, and that's the story. You know what I really should do? See, the machine ran like a clock. I mean, I remember, and that machine has that jet ski. It's a Sea-Doo Champion Pro airplane motor flying thing. That machine goes 80 miles an hour. I don't know if you want to believe that or not, but I think if I remember, no. It's an 84 horsepower machine. That's what it was. It goes upwards of 60 miles an hour, which is, I got to tell you, 60 miles an hour on that little jet ski is too fast. I probably wouldn't do that. I might, but it's just not a good thing. It's really fast, 60 miles an hour. I'm not afraid of doing it, but it's a very light duty machine. What happens is when you go over 40 on a small machine like that, it starts to walk on the chine walking, they call it. And the only thing in the water is next to nothing. So it could walk out from underneath you, and there's a lot of shit that could happen at 60 miles an hour on a jet ski. Believe me, I've been there before. Okay, so let me put this in this box here. I'm going to drop it down and blow out the yard. You guys can come with me while I blow out the yard. Oh, God, I said blow out the yard. Fucking closet magnet. He's rubbing one off right now. He's pulling his pants down. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you excited. Just picture him going at it. Ah, he said blow. Oh, God. Oh, I'm in the closet. Nobody will know. Yeah, I'll know. Put that thing away. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mm. Oh. Ugh. Huh. Looks a lot better up here without that shit up on the roof. Ugh. Huh. Ugh. Huh. 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 Oh boy. Oh boy. Friggin', it's hot up there. I didn't realize how hot it was. It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot, hot. Okay, so what do I have to do? I need to blow out this area here right now. Let me do that first. Let me take the camera out of here. All right. And you will sit over here. Where will you sit? Right here. Yeah, baby. Okay, electric. Huh. Well, there's the electric. Okay, I got where I made a mess down here. A lot of leaves and straw debris. Oh. Okay, so. You know what I'll do? I'll put this out of harm's way over here. Put this over here. Yeah, because I'm going to be blowing a lot of actual dirt. There'll be dirt and leaves and just junk. And junk. Oh boy. Oh, I made a mess. Oh my God. Huh.